All right, thanks for checking in with us. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. Time now 8:20. Wanted to hop on for the stream for a second and give you an update on the threat of severe storms we've been tracking. We've expected some through this evening and tonight. We already have one that's popped up, and that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be out in eastern Arkansas, so this is going to be for St. Francis, Lee, and extreme southern Crittenden County. Pretty stout thunderstorm here, producing some ping pong ball sized hail and some pretty gusty wind. And I wanted to kind of hop on here and give you an early update, because if that thing holds together, it's probably going to be into the Memphis area here within about the next hour to hour and a half. So let's jump right in. I'll give you an update on this storm, and then we'll talk about what's going to go on for the rest of the night. Where those pinks are showing up in there, that is the strongest part of the thunderstorm. And again, likely some decent hail that is showing up in there. And that's right there on the Lee and St. Francis County line in eastern Arkansas. And again, that's moving to the north and east. So West Memphis, I want to give you that early heads up, because that storm is eventually going to be heading in that direction. Probably a good bit of lightning with this. We'll check that out. There you go. And that's very indicative of a strong thunderstorm. When you see that much lightning within a storm, it is a very good bet that it is a strong storm, probably a strengthening storm. And then again, the big concerns with this is going to be the high wind gusts. And right now, to me, it seems like the biggest concern out of this one might be some decent hail. So I want to get an update on this. We'll kind of get some information on your screen here just so you kind of know what's going on. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock. And that is going to be for Crittenden, Lee, and St. Francis County. And again, this is for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So it is a little bit of a slower moving storm, but what I want to do is track it out for you, because again, like we said, if this thing holds together, it could be coming into the metro Memphis area in the next little bit. And let me add here, this is just the first storm of the night, but we expect more storms to develop overnight while you're sleeping. So what's happening right now with this storm, even though this one's pretty small and not affecting too many neighborhoods right now, we could see more thunderstorms come out of this later on. So we're going to watch, because even into the overnight hours, we could see some loud thunderstorms with some high wind gusts and hail. So as you sleep tonight, just make sure you have a way to get those weather alerts. I'm going to be here all night keeping an eye on things with you. So that's going to be near Hughes by about 8:35, Proctor, Arkansas at 8:56. If it holds together, West Memphis at 9:17, and then into the metro Memphis area by about 9:30. So that's why I want to give you that early heads up as it moves to the north and east, because Crittenden County, Shelby County, probably going to be the next in line for this very strong thunderstorm. Again, this is the only one we have right now. I'll zoom out and just kind of show you here what's going on across the area. It is literally this one thunderstorm that has blossomed up. And again, that's right there in St. Francis County, Arkansas, coming toward West Memphis and eventually toward Memphis here. But I do expect more thunderstorms in the overnight hours that could kind of pose the same risks. As far as a tornado concern, I'm not overly worried about that tonight. We have seen some storms that have been able to try to produce some quick tornadoes. This storm back here near Nashville did that a bit ago. It had a tornado warning on it. So I can't completely rule out a tornado warning overnight, but I think the biggest concern again is the hail and the high wind gusts. So that's kind of the one storm we're watching, and I do just want to sit with you for a moment and just kind of keep a tabs on this storm and keep you updated, since this is our first severe thunderstorm warning of the night. Again, I'm going to zoom in really close here. This is just to the south and east of Forest City, right there where you see that pink. Again, this is near Hughes, west of Highway 179, near Arkansas 38. Probably some decent sized hail falling. And again, this is out in the country a little bit, but still some folks that live out there and probably impacted by some of that hail. And as we turn on the hail mode, you can see there those greens that are showing up there. That is getting into the kind of medium sized hail. And we've already heard from the National Weather Service that this thing is probably producing ping pong ball sized hail south and east of Forest City. And that's going to be coming into Crittenden County here soon. Eventually could be toward metro Memphis in the next little bit. As a matter of fact, I want to go out to our Midtown camera. I've been getting some pretty cool pictures here. I'm going to have to zoom this around just a little bit. Let's see if I can do that. But we have kind of the back edge of that storm. We can actually see it from Memphis. So I'm going to have to zoom this camera out just a little bit and pan it around. But wow, an incredible view here. And again, it's going to take a second for this camera to catch up with what you're seeing. But as we zoom it out, that cloud over there, almost like the mushroom cloud look over Memphis, that is that storm way back in Arkansas. So just an incredibly powerful storm as you see the updraft within the clouds and it's fanning out across the atmosphere. When you see a storm like this, it is likely a hail producer. When it's this tall in the atmosphere, it is a pretty good bet that it's producing some hail. So again, this is looking for Midtown Memphis back to the south and west at that storm we're watching. And this could be in Metro Memphis soon. So not a guarantee. These storms, you know, in the summertime, they like to pop up and then weaken and come and go as they please. But if I were you, if I was in Memphis, I would try to get my car covered up just in case, because this storm is really producing some decent sized hail as it moves to the north and east. All right, I do know we have to get ready for our 9 p.m. newscast. So Andrew, let me know when you need me to wrap up so we can kind of get prepared for that. I don't want to cut you too short, but I'm thinking maybe 8:45, if we could go till 8:45 and then wrap this up for now, if that works. If you need sooner, just let me know. I just want to make sure our crew has time to get ready for the newscast at 9. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here all night watching this. I just got in and let meteorologist Kit Thomas go for the evening and actually for the week. He's going to be enjoying a nice week away, well-deserved from the TV station, from all the storms he's been tracking. But I'm going to be here through the overnight hours tracking these storms with you. So we might come and go on the live stream for the night, but I'm not going anywhere. If another storm pops back up, I'll be back on. And again, like I said, we also have our newscast that's coming up at 9 p.m. on the CW30 and then, of course, at 10 o'clock on ABC. I do want to remind you, some of you might be watching this here right now. I know some of you might be on Facebook or YouTube. We do a lot of extended weather updates now on our ABC 24 Plus app. That is our streaming app. It's for Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. So a lot of you have those smart TVs that you can download Netflix or Hulu on. We have our own app now. So search for us, ABC 24, and you can watch this live stream right there. So you don't need cable, you don't need satellite. You can watch this for free wherever you are. And the cool thing about it is we don't have any restrictions. I don't have to cut into anything to do this. So I can hop on here and just talk. Right now, ABC is in regular programming. We don't have to interrupt that to do this. So I like to do a lot more coverage here because I don't have to worry about covering up anybody's show for the evening. I can come on and just talk as long as I want. So we have a lot of good updates here. Again, that's on ABC 24 Plus. You can find that on Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. Again, if you're just joining us this evening, current time coming up on 8:30 here on a Wednesday evening. We do have a risk of some strong to severe thunderstorms overnight. We already have just one so far. The rest of the Mid-South is pretty quiet. But this one severe thunderstorm we're watching, this is, again, a severe thunderstorm warning until 9 p.m., mainly for some hail, ping pong ball sized hail in here south and east of Forest City. And that's coming to the north and east. So a heads up to West Memphis and especially Memphis, probably closer to downtown in about the next hour. So 9:30, if this storm holds together, we could be talking about some high wind gusts and hail coming pretty close to the metro area. So we're going to watch this storm carefully. Again, we don't have any tornado concern with this. I think the threat for that overnight is pretty low. But of course, it is something you want to make sure you have your eye on overnight. Make sure you have a way to get weather alerts. I want to switch you over to our future radar mode, give you an idea of what could happen overnight. I will tell you, I was talking with Kit earlier, these models for now have honestly been trash. They are not doing a good job at all with what is happening. What we like to look at is what is the model saying right now, and then what is actually happening. So this is what the model thinks is happening at 8 p.m. It has a lot of thunderstorms in North Mississippi and a big batch of storms back to the west of that. Just to remind you, this is what the radar actually looks like. So we already know the models are not doing good with this setup. So I want to kind of preface that. I'm going to show you the hour-by-hour radar, but I want to preface it by saying these models have not done a good job with tonight's setup. What we do think is overnight there will be some more storms that develop. By 11 o'clock, I expect some more spotty thunderstorms in the Mid-South, and there could be more storms that continue into the overnight hours. They won't happen everywhere, but through 2 or 3 in the morning, maybe even 4 in the morning, we could have more strong and heavy thunderstorms that produce some high wind gusts and hail. So make sure you're keeping an eye on things overnight tonight as well. Again, we have that risk of strong storms. We're giving you that quick weather impact alert for what is going to be happening. Storms likely overnight from now through 4 a.m. Biggest concerns, heavy rain, wind, lightning. You can add hail into that too, especially in the next couple of hours. I think overnight it's going to become more of a heavy rain threat, but for now we have some hail to worry about. We do have that severe weather risk of a level 2 out of 5 for most of the Mid-South overnight. High wind gusts, some hail, probably the biggest things we're going to be watching for, maybe some heavy flooding rain. Notice the tornado threat is minimal. I cannot completely rule out a tornado warning overnight, but I think most of these storms are just going to be heavy with some gusty wind and some hail. By tomorrow morning, this gets out of here. I do not expect much rain tomorrow morning. I'd say by 6 a.m., any rain is done. Tomorrow afternoon looks nice with some sunshine. We'll get to 89. After this, the story really becomes the heat. Mid-90s through the weekend and next week. Notice it is sunny and dry, so not much relief in the way of rain. That heat index over 100 as we look ahead to the weekend. So as you go to bed tonight, again, we don't expect any serious severe weather in terms of major tornadoes, but we could have some storms that produce some high wind gusts and hail, and those can do damage. So I do want you to make sure you have a way to get weather alerts tonight. Maybe sleep with your cell phone sound on, have a weather radio, TV on, or something like that, just so you can get that alert just in case. Again, I don't expect widespread severe weather alerts tonight, but some of those storms could really pack a punch of some hail and wind especially. And again, I already told you on the ABC 24 Plus app, we're going to keep updates coming right here through the overnight hours. All right, let's check in with the Weather Service here, see what they are saying. They might have an update coming out. Looks like somebody is typing in the Weather Service chat, so we'll wait and see what they're doing. And then if we do need a second to kind of get ready for that show, like we said, here in about 10 or 15 minutes, we'll take a break just to get ready for our newscast. I do want to note that tornado warning. I talked about that storm back near Nashville. It had a tornado warning earlier, and it does again. So that goes to show you that there is the potential of a tornado warning tonight. I don't think that's a huge potential, but you can see that there is at least one storm that has done it. So the Weather Service saying this storm might be weakening just a little bit. So that is some good news. And again, that's kind of what's going to happen here. We're going to have storms that fire up. They're really heavy and strong for a few minutes, and then they kind of fizzle on out of here. So with that new warning that they just updated, still some pretty decent hail, but they do expect in the next few minutes that this storm is going to weaken a little bit. Still probably some rain and thunder and lightning coming into Memphis, but hopefully that hail size will continue to decrease and we won't have to worry too much more about it in the next little bit. Again, I do expect more storms to develop overnight though. So this is not something that's going to go away. We're going to continue to watch this in the overnight hours for that potential of some strong thunderstorms. Let's get a look at the hail track in here and just kind of get an idea, see if we can see that trend. And you see that line in there. That's where we've had some hail. It started just north of Mariana in Lee County and then now is in St. Francis County. It's kind of coming into southern Crittenden County, and then probably into Shelby County here soon. Again, it does look like the storm is starting to weaken, but we still could see some hail in here. I wonder if they've got the speed the same. They had it at 30, northeast at 30. They kept that, so it's still moving at the same speed. So we'll track it out here just in case it does hold together. Again, it looks like it might be showing some signs of weakening here, but we'll time it out just in case. If it does hold together, of course, it's near Hughes right now. It would be near Proctor at about 8:53, Edmondson at 9 o'clock, West Memphis by 9:14, and then closer to Westwood into Memphis by about 9:20 or 9:30. So again, this storm could be weakening, could be falling apart a little bit, but we're going to keep watching it here because it is coming generally toward the Memphis metro area. So we'll keep a close eye on this as it does so. I'll tell you what, since this storm seems to be weakening a little bit, I'm going to take a pause here. We're going to keep the stream up. We're just going to leave you with some radar and some graphics to keep an eye on. That way, if I need to hop back on, we can get back on quickly. But again, we've got this one thunderstorm coming into Crittenden County, Arkansas, southern Crittenden County, and that's going to be coming into Crittenden County and Shelby County in the next bit. Could be some hail in there. So again, we are going to take a pause from the extended weather coverage. That's the only storm we have right now with that severe thunderstorm warning. We will leave the stream up, and I will be back with updates as needed. We'll also be back for our newscast at 9 p.m. on CW30. So we won't be going far, but we'll hop back in if we do need to give you any more updates. Of course, for the latest updates and information, you can find us on the ABC 24 Plus app. Find that for Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, and for your cell phone. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. We'll be back as needed with more updates.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
That's how big that storm system was.
On Weather Impact Alert Days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. The storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
That's how big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
That's how big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
Staying with us here on ABC 24 Plus, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. We're going to continue into severe weather coverage right now with a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for portions of the Memphis metro area. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm there in St. Francis, Crittenden County, also for portions of Shelby and DeSoto County. This storm has really been producing some decent sized hail over the last little bit, and that's really my main concern out of this right now is the hail. We had been seeing some rotation a bit ago. I'm not seeing as much of that right now. There have been no tornado warnings as of yet, but a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect again for this storm. And that's for the risk of the high wind gusts and the hail that is coming into at least portions of the Memphis metro for right now. So this again is a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get the latest updates and information on that. This is going to be for Crittenden, DeSoto, Lee, and St. Francis counties until 10 o'clock. And what we've been seeing is these storms get really strong for a few minutes and then they kind of tamper on down. So it seems like this one might be trying to weaken here just a little bit, but we still do have that potential of some high wind gusts and hail in here. And again, it is not moving fast at all, only about 25 miles an hour. Also a good bit of lightning in here, just 100 strikes of lightning there, 113. That's just in the last 5 or 10 minutes. So all that lightning indicating a very strong thunderstorm. And we've been watching some of that lightning there on our Midtown camera from Midtown Memphis looking back to the south and west. Man, just incredible lightning there as you're watching it. We can just sit on this and kind of watch this. And again, this storm is not into Memphis right now. But we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for at least parts of Shelby County through about 10 o'clock. But this storm, we'll have to watch to see if it'll actually hold together to make it to Memphis. We had a storm a couple of hours ago, kind of in the same spot that popped up, looked like it could be coming to Memphis, and then it kind of fizzled out before it was really able to do anything. So we'll see if this one does the same thing, but definitely an incredible show of that lightning that's looking back to the west. Again, that's from our Midtown camera back towards St. Francis County. I'll just kind of get out of the way here for a second and let you keep an eye on that. And again, just a reminder, I know it's not raining in Memphis right now, but if you do see the lightning or if you do hear the thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. We can sometimes get clouds or lightning strikes that jump out of the cloud and strike the ground many miles away from a thunderstorm. So I know it's not raining in Memphis right now, but with all that lightning, it is certainly possible that we get some lightning strikes that jump out ahead of this cloud here. We saw that, I think, a couple of minutes ago just off the screen. Again, if you're just joining us on the stream, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Crittenden, Lee, St. Francis, DeSoto, and Shelby counties, at least portions of those counties through 10 o'clock. We don't have any tornado concerns at the moment. I can't rule that out overnight. That's a good lightning strike there. I can't rule out a tornado warning overnight, but that's just not my main concern. My main concern tonight is going to be with the hail and the high wind gusts in some of these heavier thunderstorms. This is kind of the only storm we have right now over in Crittenden County, but there are more storms expected to develop in the overnight hours. So even though it's quiet in Memphis for now and quiet in most of the Mid-South, honestly, we could be seeing more storms that develop a little later on. As much as I want to watch that lightning all night, I do want to get you back to the radar and get you an update on what's actually going on. So again, there's that severe thunderstorm warning. The meat of the storm kind of near Hughes, Arkansas right now on Highway 79. Of course, that eventually goes up toward West Memphis and then toward Memphis here as well. So it's going to kind of ride up through Crittenden County. It's out near Lake Cormorant Walls, at least the edge of that storm. But right in there, right at the Crittenden-St. Francis County line, that's probably the strongest portion of the storm. And if that holds together, it would bring it into Metro Memphis by about 10 o'clock, maybe just shortly after that. So that's why that severe thunderstorm warning clips far southwest Memphis. It doesn't even get to President's Island hardly. It does get to places like Walls, far western Horn Lake, Lake Cormorant areas in DeSoto County, just north of the casinos down there in Tunica. So that's kind of where this storm is headed. But again, the question will be, does this storm hold together long enough to actually make it to Memphis? If it does, we could be seeing the threat of some hail. We'll go back to the hail tracker. We've been watching pretty much right over Hughes, Arkansas for the last little bit. There's probably at least some small hail falling in there, and that would put it off to the north and east here soon. Again, it's only moving at about 25 miles an hour, so not very fast at all. I'll actually put a loop on it for the last, let's say 30 minutes at loop speed. Let's slow that down just a little bit. This is over the last 30 minutes. It really has not made much forward progress. So that's why I kind of have questions of if it's actually going to make it to Memphis and DeSoto County. Just because it is moving so slowly, it might have time to bubble up, do its thing, and then kind of fizzle on out of here. I do want to check in on the velocity, on the wind, because they were kind of watching an area on the backside of that storm just about 30 minutes ago. I'll actually show you here. And if you're kind of into weather, you'll know what the hook echo is. We talk about that a lot when you get that little hook on the back edge of the storm. So this was about 40 minutes ago. This was at 9 o'clock. They were a little concerned about maybe some rotation on the backside of that storm, right where that hook was. But again, that was about 40 minutes ago. If we pull this up to current time, it's lost most of that hook, which number one tells me it's probably weakening somewhat, and it's not really showing any major signs of rotation. Again, I can't rule out a tornado warning overnight. We've seen several storms do that in the last couple of weeks, those surprise tornado warnings, so I can't rule it out. But I think a lot of what we're going to see is just going to be the heavy rain, the loud thunder, maybe some small hail and some gusty wind that could wake you up. It's still important, though, before you go to sleep tonight, make sure you do have a way to get those weather alerts because we could be seeing some more of these issued overnight. So that's the one warning that we have, really the only storm that we have. I'll zoom out and show you that there's really just not a lot going on anywhere else. We do have some light showers in eastern DeSoto County. That's out near Lewisburg, almost toward Byhalia area. But the rest of the Mid-South is pretty dry and quiet. What we're going to watch for in the overnight hours is it looks like there's going to be some more storms that develop back to our north and west in Arkansas. And we'll likely get a line of thunderstorms in the overnight hours. Could be by 2 or 3 in the morning. So if you're headed to bed right now because it's quiet where you are, don't be surprised if you do get woken up by a little more thunder and lightning overnight. I'll show you the hour-by-hour radar. I actually updated to a different model here just because I think it has a slightly better idea of what's happening now and what is going to happen. So this is that model right now. It does pick up on a couple of isolated storms in at least parts of the Mid-South, but watch what happens as we go through the overnight hours. By midnight, we start to see some more storms develop off to our north, and that's what's going to be worth keeping an eye on because it seems like that batch of storms could get its act together and swing down to the south by 3 or 4 in the morning. So that could bring some more heavy rain and thunder and lightning into Memphis and West Tennessee by about 3 or 4 o'clock. By 5 o'clock, it starts to get into North Mississippi. By this point, it'll really start to weaken. So I don't really expect any severe weather by this point. But it does look like by 6 or 7 in the morning, for the most part, those storms are on out of here. Most of Thursday looks fine. There could be a couple of showers, especially in North Mississippi in the morning. But I think most of Thursday looks fine. We'll even see some sunshine pop out in the afternoon. But for tonight, we do have that level 2 out of 5 severe weather risk. That's why we're giving you that weather impact alert. Again, the biggest concern I have is going to be the high wind gusts and the potential of some hail. We'll show you those storm threats on the overnight hours. Again, hail, high wind, maybe some heavy flooding rain. When these storms kind of park in one spot, we could see some of that. That tornado threat is minimal. But again, I cannot rule out a quick tornado warning overnight. Thankfully, this is one of those setups where if we do manage to have a tornado, it's going to be a very quick one. They can still do damage. Think about what happened in Hernando a few weeks ago. We had like a 30-second tornado that was an EF1, still did damage. So even those quick tornadoes can do damage. I don't think that's going to be a widespread concern tonight. For most of us, we're just going to get some run-of-the-mill thunderstorms, might wake you up with some thunder and lightning. We could have some branches knocked around. But again, I can't completely rule out a tornado warning or two. But I do want you, before you go to sleep, to make sure you have a way to get those weather alerts. Make sure your phone has its sound on. Weather radio would be great. You can leave the TV on. Of course, we'll be here if severe weather strikes. I'm going to be here all night long. I'm not going anywhere. And then sirens if you're outside. Sirens are really not good if you're inside, especially if you're sleeping, because the odds of them waking you up are pretty slim. This is the 7-day forecast. Again, we do expect storms to clear out by tomorrow morning. By 6 or 7 a.m. in Memphis, they're done. 8 a.m. at the latest in North Mississippi. Those storms will be on out of here. Expect some sunshine by the afternoon tomorrow, a high near 89. Then our focus turns to the heat. Our storm threat basically goes to zero after this for the next 7 days. That allows the heat to sneak in. 93 Friday, 94 Saturday, 95 Sunday. Sunny and hot through the weekend, humid too. Expect the heat index to be close to 100 degrees as we look ahead to the weekend. And it looks like that heat is going to continue into next week as well. So we're kind of switching patterns here. Today's kind of that pattern shift. We are going to have the storms tonight, but then by tomorrow, we really shift our focus into the heat. We're going to stick with you for a few minutes here. We do have our newscast starting at 10 o'clock, so we do need to get ready for that here in the next little bit. Most of that, at least the first half of it, is probably going to be some weather updates. So we're going to keep those coming, but I do want to stay on the stream for at least the next 5 minutes and just continue these updates with you because we do have that severe thunderstorm warning here that is going to be for a storm in Crittenden County, Arkansas. And if it holds together, it would slowly drift its way into Memphis here. So there's Highway 79. This is south of Interstate 40. So there's 40, there's West Memphis. This is going to be kind of, if you take 40, get off at 79 and go all the way south, that's when you're going to run into that storm. So kind of a rural area, rural part of Crittenden County, Arkansas. But again, if it holds together, could bring some heavy rain and hail into Shelby County. I'm really watching the southern part of the county out there near Westwood, southwest Memphis, President's Island, Whitehaven area, and then far northern DeSoto County up near like Walls and Lake Cormorant. That's kind of where this storm is headed, but it is doing so very, very slowly, only at about 20 miles an hour. We'll check in on the hail, see if there's any change there. It seems like this storm might be trying to tamper down just a little bit, might be losing a little bit of its intensity, but there's definitely still an indication of some hail. That's near 149 at US 79, not far from the Crittenden-St. Francis County line. And that's going to be close to southern parts of West Memphis here soon if it does hold together. It does look like, just an update here, it looks like the Memphis weather radar has gone down, which is not good. So let me see here if I can, forgive me, I'm going to use my phone for just a moment. I'm going to see if I can get it pulled up on my phone. The Weather Service says they are troubleshooting the radar right now, but we did have this happen, if you'll remember, back on April 2nd when we had that really bad severe weather outbreak. The radar went down. I still see the update on my phone. Last update was about 2 minutes ago. That's about every time we get a radar update. So it seems like it might be updating on my end, and it looks like I have the same update here on the weather computer that I'm looking at. So hopefully we are still getting the updates, but there are some people reporting that the radar could possibly be acting up just a little bit. So hopefully that does not happen. Obviously, we rely very heavily on the National Weather Service and their radar. If you didn't know, that radar is actually up at Millington at the Naval Air Station. That's why you'll notice here, if I move this up just a little bit, that white spinning line comes out of Millington. So that's where the radar site is. If you've ever been out there at the air shows, that big tennis ball looking thing, that is the weather radar that serves our entire area. So if that goes down, it really hurts us in how we can monitor these thunderstorms. So hopefully we get that data that continues to come in. But we, again, severe thunderstorm warning for this storm and still a good bit of lightning in it. I've kind of been watching the lightning show from our Memphis camera, and we can go back to that and just keep an eye on that for at least the next couple of minutes there. Just a really strong amount of lightning. And again, that is very indicative of a pretty strong thunderstorm. When you see this much lightning, it's a good sign that that storm is strong, probably producing some hail and probably producing some heavy rain and gusty wind as well. I know, again, it's not raining in Memphis, but this storm is close enough that we could see some lightning strikes out ahead of the storm and into the city as well. So that's something we're going to watch very carefully here, because even if the storm doesn't ever make it to Memphis, we can get that lightning that kind of jumps out ahead of it. But obviously a very strong thunderstorm there in Crittenden County. This is the only storm we have right now. And I'll be honest with you, it's going to be interesting to see what happens through the rest of the night, because the weather models have done a very bad job at predicting when these storms would fire up. There are some models that had storms everywhere by this time, and obviously that has not happened. So it's kind of left us in this limbo of, well, what model can we trust? There's one that I'm leaning on a little more heavily because it's kind of indicating what's happening now. There's some more storms developing up near Jonesboro, and I expect some more storms to develop up here by midnight as well. And as that continues to the south, those could be strong too. So I know we just have this one little cell that's in Crittenden County right now, but we could see more develop overnight. That's why it's important to make sure you have those weather alerts on while you're sleeping, just in case one of those severe thunderstorm warnings is issued for your location. See if we get an update on the radar here. Haven't seen anything from the National Weather Service on the status of the radar. Again, it still looks like it's updating to me, so hopefully that is a good sign. Again, the biggest concern for me continues to be that hail indication near Hughes, coming toward West Memphis, possibly in the next little bit if this holds together. There's likely some wind in here too, where you're seeing these brighter green colors. That is probably some decent wind that is showing up inside the storm on the order of 40 to 50 miles an hour. And again, if this holds together, this entire storm is going to be making it into Memphis here the next little bit. Those bright green colors really indicating some strong winds. We're going to watch this little zone back here. That's a little bit concerning to me, where you have that change in color. Change in color means a change in wind direction. Change in wind direction means rotation, possibly. So we don't have any tornado warnings on this. Again, the risk for a tornado tonight is low, but it is something we are going to watch here, especially with that radar signature just there over Hughes. I would not be surprised at all if this did try to spin up something pretty quick. Just to kind of zoom in here, this is 79 and 149. There's Arkansas 357, St. Francis County Road 554, and this is right on the Crittenden County line. So right there at the St. Francis and Crittenden County line. I'm going to go over to another radar mode, just see if it'll give us a little bit of a better idea. I'm going to zoom out here just a bit, maybe put a couple more cities on the map. Near Chatfield, Pitney, Horseshoe Lake area, just north of there. Greasy Corners out here, and then you get up a lot closer to West Memphis, Lehigh area. That's kind of the general zone we're looking at, and there's Hughes. So this is north of Hughes, Arkansas, with that severe thunderstorm warning that's producing some heavy rain, high wind gusts, and possibly some rotation. We're going to watch that carefully. National Weather Service does not seem too alarmed by that, but I'd like to give you an early heads up that there could be something more to this storm in the next little bit. It does look like we're getting a radar update there, so that is good. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that is coming out, and I'm going to get this to you, and then we're going to hop off here to get ready for our 10 p.m. newscast. We're not going anywhere. We just have to kind of pause and reset to get ready for the news here at 10 o'clock, and then I'll have an extended update there at the top of the hour. But I'll set with you at least until this severe thunderstorm warning comes out, and then we'll just kind of leave the stream with a loop of some radar so you can keep an eye on that, and then we'll be back in with updates as needed. But this one severe thunderstorm warning, again, it's going to prompt an extension of that severe thunderstorm warning for some hail and wind. And it looks like they're working on drawing that. That's probably going to be for a little bit more of Shelby County, a little bit more of DeSoto County as well. Again, for the hail and high wind potential out of that thunderstorm. Still a good bit of lightning with that. We'll go back to our camera and just kind of take a look at all of that lightning that's happening. This is again from Midtown Memphis, looking back to the south and west, toward Arkansas, toward St. Francis County, toward Crittenden County as well. So you see all that lightning indicating a very strong thunderstorm. And obviously the National Weather Service does agree here that it is continuing to maintain its strength and is going to prompt an extension of the severe thunderstorm warning. So again, we're going to stay with you on the stream for just a matter of minutes. I'm going to get you the update on that warning, and then we're going to kind of reset here for our news at 10 p.m., which of course, right off the top, I'm going to have an extended update for you. Michael Antonio, if you're listening back there, I probably will go a little longer on that first weather update with this warning now coming into Shelby County. So just that quick update for you. I want to let you know about that. But again, it does look like a severe thunderstorm warning coming out soon, and that is going to be for Memphis and Shelby County for some hail. I do want to remind you, we are on all the time, even if we're not on TV. You can watch us on the ABC 24 Plus app. That is for Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. We also stream on your cell phone and on your iPad. Whatever you have, we're there. So whatever device you have, if it's your TV, your phone, anything, you can find us there. Just search ABC 24. And we have extended coverage there. So even once the newscast ends at 10 p.m., we're going to have more coverage and updates for you throughout the night. Again, I'm not going anywhere. I'll probably be here through at least 4 o'clock this morning to watch these storms, and I'll be with you the entire way, keeping an eye on those storms. Again, make sure you have that ABC 24 Plus app. Search that on Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV, or on your cell phone. All right, I'll tell you what, we're getting close to news time here at 10 o'clock. I don't see that new warning yet. I was trying to wait for the update so I could give you that official bulletin, but I'll just go ahead and let you know that it does look like we are going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Shelby County. Threat of some hail. Again, this storm's moving very slowly. It's just now creeping into Westwood and Walls areas in far southwestern Shelby and northwestern DeSoto County. But if it can hold together, it's probably going to bring the potential of some hail to places like President's Island, South Memphis, Noncana, downtown and midtown as well. So we're going to keep an eye on this. Again, our newscast starts here in just about 5 minutes. So make sure you join us for ABC 24 News at 10 o'clock. For right now, we're going to leave you with a quick loop of some radar, some graphics, just so you can watch the storms. And we're going to be back here with the latest updates in just a few minutes at 10 o'clock. We'll see you then.
On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. The storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
That's how big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, back live with you at 10:36. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. Just wanted to provide a quick update for you. We do have some thunderstorms rolling around out there. One of those rolling into Memphis as we speak. I will tell you they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. So that is no longer in effect. We don't have any watches or warnings in effect right now, but definitely a very strong thunderstorm still right over the heart of Memphis. South Memphis, downtown, coming into Midtown right now. And I want to get over to our Midtown camera because this is going to give us a good view of this thunderstorm just as it's rolling in. I'll just hop out of the way here and let you watch. There's the skyline, downtown skyline, way down to the south. But we'll just kind of watch together as this storm rolls in. Definitely some heavy rain and high wind going to be the biggest concerns with this storm. Again, if you were watching us just a moment ago, we did have a severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect. That has been allowed to expire because it seems like the wind might be coming down just a little bit in this thunderstorm, but we are still seeing very heavy rain, obviously, and a good bit of lightning that is coming into Memphis right now. You're looking live from the Southern College of Optometry, so that's back toward downtown. To the west as that thunderstorm is getting closer and closer. I do want to get you back to the radar really quick and just give you an update of where this thing is and where it's headed. Again, we do not have any warnings on this right now. We did have a thunderstorm warning. It was allowed to expire. The heaviest of this is right over, I would say like South Memphis area. So Mallory, east of 55, 3rd Street north of 55 there toward downtown, kind of right in the heart of that. There's Crump Boulevard where it turns into Lamar. All of that kind of right in the heart of this storm. It's coming into Orange Mound areas right now near the airport. Heavy rain and hail definitely our biggest concerns here. And as we zoom in a little bit, you can see where the heaviest of this is. There's downtown, so this is going to be South Memphis here, and then 240 into Midtown. There's Union Avenue right in there. So all of this is kind of coming right through the heart of Memphis with some very heavy rain, high wind gusts, hail, and a good bit of lightning. We'll go back to the lightning mode. I'll just show you. We've seen a couple of strikes here in just the last couple of minutes, and this is honestly part of the reason why they let the warning go, because the lightning is coming down. The lightning is looking less and less impressive. Usually when we see less lightning, it means that we are going to see that storm start to weaken a bit. Now, don't get me wrong, it's still a very heavy thunderstorm. It's just not technically a severe thunderstorm at the moment. Heavy rain does not factor into whether a storm is severe or not. It has to have 58-mile-an-hour winds and or 1-inch hail, and the storm does not have either one of those at the moment. It does have very heavy rain and still some gusty wind. I think they're estimating the wind right now to be about 50 miles an hour. So still some gusty wind in there. We're going to watch to see if we get maybe any power outages here. I'll see if I can pan this down just a little bit, move this camera around just a bit and see if that'll give us a better view of what is going on. So again, you're looking live from the Southern College of Optometry. Right here is Union Avenue, so that's Union, and then you've got 240 that cuts through there, and then right behind me is Madison. So that's Madison there. We're kind of right in the middle of the medical district, and you see how heavy that rain is coming down. In other parts of the metro, there's not much going on. This is Cordova right now at Hope Church. The storm not quite there yet, and probably the same story out in East Memphis. There's just not much going on. You see, we do have some wind and some lightning out at Clark Tower, but that storm just has not made it to those locations yet. Right now, it's just in the Midtown and downtown areas, but it's going to continue to track to the east if it does not lose any more intensity, which hopefully it does. It seems like it has shown some signs of weakening just a bit, but for right now, still a concern with some very heavy rain right into South Memphis, downtown, Midtown, also near the airport. I'll zoom out a bit and just kind of give you an idea of where this storm is. It's right over the heart of Memphis. If you're not seeing rain now, you probably will be. It's moving to the north and east. So the Berkeley area, northeast Memphis, Shelby Farms, Cordova, kind of right up I-40 is where this thing is headed. It has slowed down a bit. which is another sign that it might be starting to weaken. But I do want to track it out for at least the next 30 minutes or so. East Memphis by about 10:45. That's when you'll start to see some rain. The heaviest of it might be a little later than that. Bartlett by 10:56. Germantown at 10:57. Cordova at about 11:02. Lakeland at 11:12. Brunswick at 11:15, and then Fisherville and toward the Eads area by about 11:20. So that is the main storm we're watching right now. It does seem like this one might be trying to weaken just a bit, but it still does have very heavy rain and gusty winds. So you probably don't want to be driving around in that too much right now. I will zoom out and show you there are more thunderstorms on the way. We have a couple that have popped up over in eastern Arkansas. We've got one there not far from Marianna, Arkansas, another storm near Wynn. And really it's this complex of storms that I'm watching a little more carefully up to the north, because this is what's going to come in a little later tonight into early tomorrow morning. By 2 or 3 in the morning, we're going to have this line of storms intensify and kind of dive down through the mid-south. So what's happening now? Yes, it is heavy. We do have some strong thunderstorms in there, but what I'm really going to watch is this line of storms that's going to come in later tonight that could pose that risk of another round of heavy rain, high wind gusts, and some hail. So we are going to give you that weather impact alert for tonight for that threat of strong storms in the overnight hours. Now through 4 a.m., we could be dealing with some thunderstorms. It's not going to storm that whole time, but there will be rounds of storms that come through. Heavy rain, wind, lightning, and hail, all possible in these storms. It just won't be that case in every thunderstorm. That's a possibility. Tornado potential. Got a lot of questions about that. Overall, the tornado risk is low tonight, but I cannot rule out a tornado warning overnight. I don't think that's the biggest concern. I think a lot of us are just going to be seeing the heavy rain and the gusty wind, maybe some thunder and lightning that could wake you up. But again, I can't completely rule out a pop-up tornado warning overnight. There's that batch of storms developing up to the north. Watch what happens with this. As we put it into motion, it continues to kind of sag to the south. By 2 or 3 in the morning, it gets a little closer to Memphis and then down into North Mississippi, probably by 5 or 6 in the morning before clearing out of here. Now, I do think the severe weather threat will go down the closer to the morning that we go, but we will likely have that line of thunderstorms kind of pass through the mid-south in the overnight hours. So make sure you do have a way to get those weather alerts while you're sleeping, just in case a storm pops up near you. Make sure your phone is set to loud mode so it will actually alert you if a storm is coming. Of course, we'll be here on TV and online. Sirens, not great if you're sleeping. Those tornado sirens are not meant to wake you up. They are meant to be heard if you're outside. Most of us are not outside at this hour, so you really shouldn't rely on those. But if you do work outside overnight, that would be something you would rely on. Most of us, probably the phone alerts is what's going to get us up, but make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. So it does look like that storm over Memphis is maybe coming down in intensity quite a bit, really over the last couple of minutes. Still some very heavy rain, maybe some hail in Midtown. I bet it's going to be a much different view when we take this camera there. So kind of on the back side of it now in Midtown, looking back toward downtown. So the heaviest rain has cleared on out of Midtown, at least for this part of Midtown toward the medical district. But as we go back to the radar, other parts of Midtown still dealing with that heavy rain. So we'll zoom in here. Really the heaviest of it right now is probably right there at Overton Square area. So there's Union comes in right here. Here's Poplar and Cooper, and then Overton Square is right in here. So we probably have the heaviest rain and the strongest thunderstorm activity right now over Overton Square. Could be some hail in there, but again, we do not have a severe thunderstorm warning on this. It's just a very heavy thunderstorm rolling through Midtown and then into the Overton Square area, probably out toward Overton Park here in the next bit. But I am seeing good signs that for the most part, this storm is starting to weaken a bit. And I think over the next few minutes, it's going to continue to do so. With that being said, there are more storms now that we have to keep an eye on. This is what I'm really going to be watching. Like I said, what's coming out of Jonesboro right now is producing some very heavy rain and some hail as well. We don't have a warning on that at the moment, but just east of Jonesboro, a very strong thunderstorm. That's going to be north of Truman, but it's moving off toward the east. So Big Lake, Blytheville, I-55 over toward Osceola. That whole batch of thunderstorms is moving off to the east, and I would not be surprised if we got a severe thunderstorm warning on this, just because it is really showing some strong signs of intensification, especially with the hail potential that's going to be just to the east of Jonesboro. You see a lot of lightning in there. Remember when we looked at the Memphis storm, there were only 1 or 2 strikes of lightning recently, at least what's hitting the ground. A lot more lightning with this storm, which indicates it's probably picking up in intensity, and they are probably going to issue a thunderstorm warning on this very soon. That's going to probably be out for Mississippi County and northern Poinsett County here in just a bit. And again, the biggest issue is going to be the hail with this thunderstorm. We'll go back to the hail mode. I'll just show you. There's a couple of indications in here south and east of Jonesboro along I-555 and then near Lake City. There's a couple of zones in there that we could be seeing some hail, and that's all coming off to the east. So I'll tell you what we'll do here with this storm. I want to get an update on the speed. We don't have a warning on this yet, so I don't have an official speed from the National Weather Service, so I might have to just measure it myself here. We'll back it up an hour and do the old trick where we see how long it's gone in an hour to get the speed here. This one looks like it is moving at a pretty decent clip. So that's about an hour ago. We'll measure this out on the screen. So this one's moving at about 30 miles an hour there. Just over the last hour, it's gone 30 miles. So what I want to do is kind of get a good indication of what direction that's going, and then we'll track this line of storms out, because this is the one I think is probably going to be the strongest tonight. And again, that's a high wind gust and hail potential. Near Blytheville, pretty much right now, we're getting some heavy rain in there. There could be some heavier rain, maybe some hail behind that. Caruthersville by about 11 o'clock, Luxora by 11:19, Osceola at 11:25, Dyersburg by 11:35, New Bern at 11:47, Ripley at midnight, and then into Dyer, which is actually in Gibson, Obion County areas. That's going to be at 12:17 after midnight. So this section of the storm mainly moving east, and I would not be surprised if we did eventually get a severe thunderstorm warning on this for hail. That's going to be from Mississippi County, Arkansas, Lauderdale County, Tennessee, and Dyer County, Tennessee. Again, there's no warning on that at the moment, but it is something I'm going to watch. We've got a little thunder shower near Wynne, Arkansas. I'm not entirely concerned about that. Maybe just some gusty wind there. There's another storm, though, that's popping up right on the Phillips and Lee County line in eastern Arkansas. So there's Helena, West Helena. This is on the north side of US 49. Probably some hail in there. And again, we don't have a warning on that at the moment, but we could be seeing one issued soon for some high wind gust and maybe some hail potential. But again, as we zoom out, we'll check in on that Memphis storm one more time, still showing signs that it's just kind of falling apart. Yes, there's some very heavy rain in there, right in the center of the city. So there's Highland, not far from Highland and Summer, Sam Cooper areas, riding up Jackson Avenue, up toward Raleigh and Bartlett in the next bit, and northeast Memphis. But it's kind of confined to right inside the loop, and we've seen this entire storm kind of shrink in size. So it looks like this storm that's over Memphis is going to kind of continue to fizzle out over the next little bit. Yes, there could be some heavy rain. Yes, there could be some gusty wind and lightning, but I think for the most part, this storm is done. Bear in mind, though, there will be more storms overnight tonight. By 2 or 3 in the morning, you'll probably be woken up by some more thunder here in Memphis. Zooming all the way out and kind of showing you a wide view. Again, this is kind of what we're watching. We have these storms up to the north and then a couple of storms that have popped up out ahead of that. This, I still think, is going to be our main round tonight. What's up in northern Mississippi County near Jonesboro right now? That is a very strong storm. And then another strong storm near Lee County and Phillips County in Arkansas. Most other areas are pretty quiet right now, but again, that will likely change overnight. I do want to kind of investigate the wind inside some of these storms, just because, again, we cannot completely rule out a tornado concern tonight. I think it's a low risk. It's not something I'm incredibly concerned about, but I would not be surprised if we got a random tornado warning overnight just because of how there's so much wind in here. Definitely some strong wind. We are seeing some change in wind direction. Green is one direction, red is another. So we are seeing some mixing of the wind. That is common in thunderstorms, even if they don't have a tornado on them. So I'm not seeing anything incredibly alarming there, but there's definitely some high wind. Where you see that bright green there, that's in western Mississippi County coming toward Blytheville and Osceola on 55. Probably some 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts in there. So even though there's not a warning on it, I do want to kind of give you that heads up. Down to the south, again, there's a little cell near Wynn. I'm not overly concerned about that. That mainly just looks like a shower. This storm, though, is starting to pick up intensity. This is north of Marvel and south and west of Mariana, where we've got that purple in there. That is some very heavy rain, probably some hail as well. We'll check out the hail mode on the radar, just see if it's picking up anything. Yeah, it does have that bullseye of some hail. So again, that's north of Marvel, Arkansas. It's actually in southern Lee County, Arkansas. They are going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning on this as we speak. So not surprised at all. This is near the Aubrey community, County Road 328 near County Road 121. Rondo is right behind me. This is all in Lee County, Arkansas. So a very decent signature of some hail. Could be some large hail. Let's just get an idea here of what we're thinking. 1.5 inch hail. So that's easily, once that makes it to the ground, we're talking about quarter-sized hail that could be falling. And this is mainly in a rural area of Lee County, Arkansas. As we zoom in a bit, you can probably see what's going on down there on the roadways. This is one of those areas where there's kind of a house every mile. So there are people out here that's just widely spaced, but there is probably some hail there in Lee County, Arkansas, County Road 177 there, just to the north of County Road 146. So a decent signature of hail. And again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is about to be issued for this particular storm. Probably some high wind in this as well. I'm actually seeing some pretty decent signatures of wind where you're seeing that bright green show up. All very decent signatures of some very high wind gusts. We could see wind in here 50 to 60 miles an hour. So this is really looking like one of the strongest storms that we have to deal with right now. Again, if you were with us a moment ago, we were tracking some storms in Memphis. Most of those have fizzled out, but this is the one that now seems to be taking a little bit more priority. So this is our new severe thunderstorm warning that has just come out. This is going to be for Lee County, Arkansas, near Mariana. Very strong signature of hail coming into Mariana and Lee County, Arkansas. It's also going to be for a clip of St. Francis County in Arkansas and a sliver of Tunica County, Mississippi. So that's kind of that new warning box that we're watching. And again, this is mainly for the hail concern. See if I can get an update from the National Weather Service here. Again, this is near Aubrey, Arkansas, which is a small town just south of Mariana. And it's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Again, the biggest concern, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So I'm going to kind of stay with this for just a little bit because it does look like it's continuing to brighten up a little bit, where you're seeing those really bright pinks in there. That is an indication of a very strong thunderstorm. And this is coming right into Mariana, Arkansas. So Mariana, I want to give you that heads up to hail and high wind that is coming in your direction. And I'm going to actually track this out just so we can get an estimated time of arrival for everybody. I know Mariana, you're already seeing some rain, but really what's coming behind it is probably going to be a little bit stronger. So we'll track this out over the next 45 minutes. Lexa at 10:58. Mariana just after 11 o'clock. Again, this is a decent storm that's likely producing some hail coming into Mariana right now. Hail side by 11:08, Cody at 11:17, Bricky's at 11:22, Council by 11:30. Again, most of that is going to be in Lee County, Arkansas, near Mariana. That's going to be the best concern, the highest concern right now to see some hail. So if you're out in Mariana and you're listening right now, definitely want to try to get those cars inside with this hail that is rolling into town. Again, very bright colors out near Aubrey. That's very large hail that's probably following there. And again, that's County Road 328 north of Rondo. There's Arkansas 1. And so this is going to be probably crossing just north of County Road 328 north of Arkansas 1. Very, very strong indications of hail. It seems like it blows up more and more every time we look at it. We'll go back to the hail mode. You can see that bright bullseye. This is obviously from a couple of minutes ago. It hasn't updated quite yet, but there is that indication of some hail, and that is going to be near Aubrey, Arkansas, coming into Mariana. So if you can, trying to hop inside, get that car under shelter for sure. We are probably going to have some decent sized hail coming into Mariana in the next little bit. Again, that's all moving off to the north and east at about 35 miles an hour. So that is our new severe thunderstorm warning. We're also watching some storms off to the north that I was telling you about up near Jonesboro. Very strong storms here. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a severe thunderstorm warning on those as well, just because they're continuing to show signs of heavy rain, high wind gusts, and hail. A National Weather Service actually saying now it looks like they are about to put out a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm. So it looks like we're gonna have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings going here. Again, the one that's already out is for Lee County, Arkansas, and that is gonna be near Mariana. Some large hail coming in there. And again, this storm up in Mississippi County, Arkansas is probably also going to produce some hail, and that's prompting a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. I wanna get you an update on Memphis because I know we did have that storm that was rolling through a bit ago. That storm has all but fizzled out. I'm going to do a loop on this over the last 15 to 20 minutes or so. You can see how strong it was when it was back over South Memphis into the President's Island and Westwood areas. As it's moved off to the east, it has really just lost a lot of its energy, I should say, as it's coming over the flyover. Still some good downpours now near Summer and the flyover towards Sam Cooper, but it doesn't look like this storm is going to pack much more of a punch. It seems like it's pretty much weakening as it's moving off to the east. There could be some showers that kind of ride up I-40, coming up to I-40 and Sycamore View, I-40 and Whitten in the next bit. But for the most part, this storm is just continuing to kind of lose a lot of its energy and just fall apart. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on our live stream. We're going to leave the stream up, but what we're going to do is go back to just a quick loop of the radar and give me some time to get some other stuff done here around here. I'm not going to go anywhere. Again, we're going to leave this stream up, and if we do need to hop back on with another update, we will. But for right now, we'll take a quick break. More updates here on ABC 24+. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett.
On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. The storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, friends, time now is 11:29 on your Wednesday evening. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. Wanted to hop on ABC 24 Plus for a quick update on the thunderstorms that are rolling through the Mid-South. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. One of those is in Lee County, Arkansas. That warning is actually about to drop. That storm has weakened just a little bit. Really, the main event tonight is this batch of storms that's up in northeastern Arkansas and about to cross into northwestern Tennessee. So really quick, I do want to get you a quick update on this thunderstorm here in Lee County. Again, it does look like it's starting to weaken. This is the one we were watching a bit ago back near Marianna, Arkansas. Still likely some hail in here out near the Tunica casinos. There's Tunica, so we're talking about right on the river. There probably is some hail buried in there, but it seems like it is now below severe limits. So some heavy rain, thunder and lightning coming up the Mississippi River. That's going to be into western DeSoto County in the next little bit. So Walls and Lake Cormorant areas yet again, Horseshoe Lake. But again, there's no severe thunderstorm warning on that right now. That has been allowed to drop. Memphis, quiet as well. Nothing going on in the city. We had a heavy thunderstorm earlier. That has weakened. What is not going to weaken is this thunderstorm. We have a big batch of thunderstorms, and this is kind of the one that we're going to have to watch tonight. This is the reason that we really have that severe weather potential. We do have some heavy rain and thunder up near Dyersburg and Dyer County right now. That's not severe, not necessarily heavy, mainly just some quick downpours. Same story through Lauderdale County right now. We've got some rain, but it's nothing too serious. It's these two complexes of storms that I'm a little more concerned about. It's this one over Osceola right now and that one back near Monette. These are some really powerful thunderstorms that are producing very high wind gusts and some hail. I'm particularly concerned about this storm that's over Osceola right now. Just torrential rain, tons of lightning, heavy rain and wind just came over I-55. The worst of this south of Blytheville, but it is right over Osceola right now. Probably waking a few folks up over Osceola right now. That's going to be crossing the Mississippi River pretty much right now. So Gilt Edge, northern Tipton County, southern Lauderdale County near Ashport, any of those areas out by the levee. I'm going to try to get a couple of more city names to populate on here just so you can get a little bit of a better idea of where this is headed. And these might not be exact. These are just kind of a general idea of where some of these smaller communities might be. I always like to try to put a couple on here. So Fulton right on the river. There's Detroit, Gold Dust, Ashport, Cherry right on the Tipton-Lauderdale County lines. That's where this storm is headed. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for really high wind gusts and probably some hail. Let's get over to the wind mode and just see how high this wind is. Man, very, very high wind. Right over Highway 61. Pretty much right on the river. Let's see if I can estimate how high this wind is. Right in here, 56 miles an hour, close to 60 miles an hour. So again, there's the Mississippi River. And this is literally crossing the river as we speak. Very high wind near Golden Lake, Arkansas, about to come toward Gilt Edge, Tennessee. So if you are in Gilt Edge, I want to give you that early heads up. Gilt Edge probably going to get some very high wind in addition to the thunder and lightning and the hail threat. There's no tornado concern with this at the moment, but the wind is probably going to be enough that it packs its own punch even without a tornado warning. We'll check in on the hail. I think right now the wind is probably the bigger concern, but there is definitely some indication of some hail up near Kaiser, Arkansas, near Osceola. That's also all crossing the river into Tipton and Lauderdale counties. So with that being said, with that being kind of the main storm that we're watching, I want to put a storm track on it for you. This is moving southeast at about 40 miles an hour. There we go. We will draw that out and track it out over the next little bit. So that's going to be near Lightfoot at 11:41, Gilt Edge at 11:46. So Gilt Edge, you have about 15 minutes before the worst of the storm hits you. But once it does, you're going to feel it. Very high wind near Gilt Edge in about 15 minutes. Burleson at 11:49, Henning at 11:51, Covington closer to midnight if it holds together. So I want to give the heads up again for Tipton and Lauderdale County. counties, we are probably going to see this severe thunderstorm warning extended even further because this is, again, a very strong thunderstorm producing the high wind gusts and the hail at this moment. There are more storms, though, back to the west of this that also bear watching. There's a few thunderstorms back here, a couple in Craighead County, kind of following in the same path that this one did. So we've got one near Lake City and Monette. That's going to continue east. So Blytheville, you might get a second round. And then there's another one behind that. And then there's a new storm not far from Weiner, Arkansas in Poinsett County. That also looks like it could be strengthening with some decent hail and high wind gusts. So all of this right now mainly moving to the east. It's going to start to sag to the south and east over the next little bit. So all of this eventually will become one big line of thunderstorms that kind of moves to the south and comes through Memphis in the next little bit, probably closer to 2 or 3 in the morning. So we have a few hours. I know it's quiet in Memphis, but this storm is eventually, this line of storms really, is going to continue to drift to the south and into Memphis by about 1 or 2 in the morning, probably a little later than that. But again, that storm coming into Gilt Edge, that's what I'm really concerned about. Very high wind into Gilt Edge in the next bit. And then another storm kind of producing the same threat, hail and high winds right behind that. And I'm also interested in that little storm, again, not far from Weiner, Arkansas, probably producing some hail too. Again, Memphis, nice and quiet now. There is that little thunder shower near Tunica that has weakened below severe limits. It does not have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So we're not super concerned about that, but it's that storm to the north of Memphis up in Tipton County that I'm really going to watch. And while you've been watching the live stream here, we have that loop of radar and things like that. I've been kind of behind the scenes just watching this camera. This is from Midtown Memphis looking north into that storm. Way up in Tipton County, you can see just how much lightning is in there. And the more lightning, the stronger indication of a very heavy thunderstorm and a very strong thunderstorm. So indeed, we do have that. Again, coming into Tipton County and Lauderdale County, we are really concerned about heavy rain and hail, along with damaging wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. So again, we don't have any tornado concerns at the moment. We really don't even have any watches in effect because in general, the severe weather threat is going to be a little more localized. It's going to be these quick thunderstorms that blow through and then get on out of here. But Tipton County and Lauderdale County, that's what we're watching right now. Heavy rain, high wind gusts. My biggest concerns, we could easily see winds coming into Gilt Edge here soon, probably of 50 to 60 miles an hour. And they did just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm behind this, that one near Monette, Arkansas and Lake City. That is kind of going to follow the same path of hail and high wind. So Osceola, you're getting the worst of this storm literally right now. It's going to be in Gilt Edge soon and Lauderdale County soon as well. But there's another storm right behind it that's probably going to do the same thing. If we put it into motion, you'll be able to see how these storms are moving. So there goes the first one. Here comes the second one right behind it. So both of these storms now have a pretty decent potential of very high wind gusts and hail too. I want to check back in on the wind mode one more time and just make sure we're not missing anything, but certainly some very high wind where you see these bright colors in here between Osceola and Golden Lake. Gilt Edge, you're kind of next in line. It's right on the river right now. So Gilt Edge is going to be seeing some very high winds here soon. Covington, you could be as well. And again, a ton of lightning with this too. That's probably what's going to wake a lot of people up. Just an insane amount of lightning in Tipton County, Lauderdale County. It's over Osceola right now. That next storm behind it up near Monette in Craighead County is going to do the same thing as it passes through Mississippi County. And again, we can see all of this lightning from right here in Memphis from that camera we were checking out. Remember, you can watch extended weather coverage. We're going to be live here, wherever you're watching now. We're going to be live here through the night. That is also on our streaming app, ABC 24 Plus. You can find that on Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. So even if you or a loved one doesn't have cable, you can continue to stream us wherever you have. Wherever you watch Netflix or Hulu, we have an app there as well. You can just search ABC 24. We will also be live on our phone app for iPhone and Android. Just search that up on your phone. But again, live stream us on your smart TV, Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. We're going to keep this live stream going all night. I'm going to kind of hop in and out with updates. I'm not going to stay on continuously all night. unless the situation warrants it. But I am going to hop in with frequent updates at least every 30 minutes. I'm going to try to aim for the top and bottom of every hour. So at the top of the hour and at 30 past, I'll come back in with a live update. But I want to leave you with this live look at that lightning from Midtown looking to the north. Then we'll get you back to the radar and some weather maps here in a bit. Again, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to at least 4 or 5 in the morning. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on these thunderstorms. And if the situation warrants, I'll hop right back in where I am. So if you just want to leave the stream up, I'll hop in if I need to. But again, the biggest concern right now is very high wind crossing the river from Osceola, Arkansas, now coming into Tipton and Lauderdale County, Tennessee. Gilt Edge probably going to get the worst of this storm easily with wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles an hour. Again, live updates all through the night right here on ABC 24+. Find that on your smart TV, Facebook, and on your phone. We'll leave the stream up. I'll have another update here in about 20 minutes.
On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, friends, time now a little after midnight. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. I wanted to hop on for a quick update on those noisy thunderstorms that some of us are seeing in parts of the Mid-South. You're taking a live look from our Midtown camera, and that is looking back to the north into Tipton County, where we have a severe thunderstorm rolling through right now. Most of these storms we're seeing, they're producing high wind gusts and a little bit of hail, and that's the biggest concern we have for right now. Let's get a check of the radar really quick and see what's going on. Really a few storms up here north of Memphis we're watching. This is the one I was telling you about a little bit ago. It's coming into Covington pretty much right now, and it's going to be in Ripley in the next little bit. A good bit of lightning associated with this thunderstorm. You can see just how much lightning, almost 500 strikes in the last few minutes. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm, and again, that's coming into Covington and Ripley pretty much right now. Very heavy rain, high wind gusts, and again, a lot of loud thunder that is rolling through. Osceola, I told you a bit ago there was going to be another storm behind this one. We're seeing that right now. Our next storm rolling into Osceola right now, mainly south of Blytheville, but along 55 near Osceola, another round of very heavy rain and probably some hail rolling in. And then the same story up in Poinsett County, north of Harrisburg. We have another storm that's developed back here that is also a bit stronger. So the bottom line with all of these storms, we have kind of three that we're watching. All of these have severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of high wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour and some hail. We don't have any tornado concern or anything like that right now, but these storms are very much so packing a punch. They are loud. They're probably waking some people up. So I did want to hop on here just for a quick update and let you know what we're watching. Again, heavy rain, high winds, hail. The biggest concerns out of these, you definitely want to be away from windows as these storms are rolling in. But this is really the only zone we're watching right now. Poinsett County, Mississippi County, Lauderdale and Tipton County. That's where the storms are now. Eventually, this whole line of storms will start to sag a little more to the south, and that's going to bring in some more storms a little closer to Memphis later on tonight. We do have one little thunderstorm just in the last little bit that's popped up over President's Island. So that's going to bring another quick little shower into downtown. Nothing to be concerned at all with this shower. It's literally just a quick little downpour. But I do want to give you that heads up if you're driving around in Memphis late tonight. I know it's been dry for the last little bit, but there is going to be one more quick shower that rolls through here now. And again, we still do expect that whole batch of storms off to the north to continue to move to the south overnight, and that is going to continue to pose a risk of high wind gusts and hail. So you might hear some more thunder, might hear some more heavy rain or high wind gusts as well with that whole batch of thunderstorms that's moving down to the south. We'll put it into motion, just kind of show you what it's doing right now. Again, it started off moving east. It's going to start to sag a little more south, and that's what's going to move through the mid-south. So from now through at least 4 or 5 in the morning, we are going to continue to track these thunderstorms overnight. Good news is, I'd say by 5 or 6 in the morning, these are pretty much out of here, and then the rest of your Thursday will be dry. Actually, the next 7 days look pretty dry. As soon as tonight's over, we really are going to switch to more of a dry, hot, and humid weather pattern. But for tonight, make sure you have a way to get those weather alerts. Again, wind and hail, the biggest concern. We'll have another update around 12:30 as these storms continue to roll through. For now, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett.
On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. The storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, friends, coming up on 1 in the morning on your Thursday, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett hopping in for a quick update here. We do have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings north of Memphis now. We have just had almost a train of thunderstorms over and over and over and over again rolling through this part of the Mid-South. So Mississippi County, Tipton County, Lauderdale County, Haywood, Crockett County, they have really been under the gun for these batches of thunderstorms. And really, they've been stuck over the same areas, like I mentioned, for about the last hour to hour and a half. Each one of these storms, this one that just came through Brownsville near Jackson, Tennessee now, this one about to come into Brownsville, and a third one behind it, they are all producing very high wind gusts, 50 to 60 miles an hour, some hail, and a lot of thunder and lightning. I imagine some of you probably waking up with me due to that loud thunder that we are hearing out there. But again, several rounds of storms, kind of storm after storm right now, rolling through. I'll get you an update on this one. It is moving out of our area. It's going over to Jackson, Tennessee. So Brownsville, you're in maybe a little bit of a break right now, but there are going to be more thunderstorms on the way. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning for this storm that just came through Covington and Ripley. It's now coming into Brownsville, again with some high wind gusts and the potential of hail. Osceola getting it again. They've been under a heavy thunderstorm for hours now, also posing a little bit of a flooding concern in that area. And again, these storms just kind of stuck over the same neighborhoods. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for those areas now as well for that thunderstorm. Still nothing happening in Memphis or in North Mississippi. It's just this batch of thunderstorms. What I do expect to happen, though, is this is all going to start to sag down to the south a little bit. So over the next few hours, we're going to be talking more about Memphis into North Mississippi for these thunderstorms before they clear out of here by 6 or 7 in the morning. I do want to investigate some of these thunderstorms here. We have this severe thunderstorm warning, and this one is going to go for Mississippi, part of Poinsett, Tipton and Lauderdale counties until 1:15. And again, a very heavy thunderstorm extending from Osceola almost back to Marked Tree. A good bit of lightning in that, and also some pretty high wind gusts. We'll check out the wind mode here and just get a little bit of an idea of what's happening with the winds. Definitely some bright colors in there crossing I-55 on the south side of Osceola. Probably going to get in some high wind gusts here in the next little bit, and there could be some hail in there as well, along with some thunder and lightning. We're finding the same thing with these storms through Lauderdale and Tipton counties, from Ripley down to Covington, and then over to Haywood County as well for that new thunderstorm that's now coming into Brownsville. So I know Brownsville just got it, but we're going to get another round of storms there. Again, eventually this will all start to slide down to the south. We have more storms building back behind this, but this entire complex is going to sag south, eventually come toward Memphis and the metro, again with that risk of high wind gusts and hail. A lot of lightning with this. That's another thing. These storms are really noisy, so a lot of folks are probably waking up, especially in Covington, Osceola, Brownsville, Ripley. Those areas have had some really loud thunder and some bright flashes of lightning, along with the heavy rain and the high wind. We don't have any tornado concern right now if you're just waking up with us. What we're concerned about out of this is really the heavy rain and the high wind, along with the loud thunder and lightning that is probably going to keep you up here for at least the next little bit. We've been watching some of that lightning from our Midtown camera in Memphis. As we look off to the north, you can see some of the flashes up in the sky as the lightning continues to strike again out of those storms way up in Tipton County and Lauderdale County right now off to the north of Memphis. We do expect those thunderstorms, though, to eventually kind of sag down to the south and make it into the metro Memphis area. So right now, again, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings for Mississippi County, Arkansas, Tipton County, Tennessee, Lauderdale County, Tennessee, Haywood, Fayette, Hardeman, and Crockett counties in Tennessee. Right now, these storms posing a risk of high wind gusts, thunder and lightning, and some hail. So we're going to keep an eye on these storms as they roll through. Definitely want to stay away from windows. Don't want to be outside in any of these storms. Not that many of us are at 1 in the morning, but we're going to be here keeping an eye on things. We'll step away from our extended coverage now. We'll send you back to our live radar loop. And of course, we'll pop in here as needed with the extended coverage and updates. I'll be here through the rest of the night. So expect another update here by about 1:30 or 1:45. For now, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett.
On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app. Streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.
All right, it's coming up on 2:30. I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. Wanted to hop in with a quick update for you on the thunderstorm threat that we have been following overnight. We have been watching kind of the same areas over and over and over again be impacted by these thunderstorms, and it looks like we actually have some more storms that are going to be kind of following in the same path. As far as western Tennessee goes, we still do have some thunderstorms there. We've got some that just cleared through Covington. We've got some over Brownsville now, back down toward Bolivar and into Selmer. None of these are severe, though. Yes, they are heavy. They are producing some thunder and lightning, but it seems like this first batch, here I'll put a pause on this, that first batch that came through right in here seems like it maybe has hit its peak intensity and might be coming down a little bit. Again, still some heavy rain and thunder and lightning in there, and that will continue for the next little bit, moving off to the south and east. Bolivar, Selmer, Somerville, Brownsville, you're going to keep kind of getting in on that batch. The next batch that we're watching is this round of thunderstorms that set up yet again in northern Mississippi County, Arkansas. This is about the 5th round of storms they've had there up near Blytheville and Osceola. This one is the strongest storm we have had all night. So that's why I wanted to hop on here for just a minute. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Mississippi County, Arkansas, and just barely including a portion of Lauderdale County, Tennessee. But this entire storm is going to be kind of almost following the same areas yet again, Lauderdale and Tipton counties. Very high wind in here. So I want to give an early heads up. Blytheville, I know you're already seeing the rain. Osceola, you're going to be seeing some rain too. But I want to give you an early heads up to some of this wind, because where you're seeing these brighter blue colors in here, these are likely wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. And that's out near Big Lake, between Big Lake and Lake City. And again, this is all coming into Blytheville. It's going to cross I-55 between Blytheville and Osceola. So very high wind gusts in here. And again, that is why we do have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for those areas. We've also had a lot of heavy rain. Of course, it's these same zones that have been seeing the rain over and over and over again. We really haven't seen much of anything in North Mississippi so far, but it's these zones up here that we have had a good bit of heavy rain. I want to show you just in the last 6 hours how much rain we have seen here in these zones. You can see Mississippi County into Lauderdale County especially. That's where some areas have picked up over 4 inches of rain just in the last 3 to 6 hours. So we do have a flash flood warning also in effect for these areas from Caraway, Arkansas, down toward Osceola, and then into Lauderdale and Tipton counties in Tennessee. These zones have just been hammered by heavy rain. There's more on the way, so flooding is likely in those areas. And again, that's why we have that flash flood warning that is in effect. So just a heads up, if you're starting your day early out near Osceola, there's likely to be some flooding on the roadways. That could be the case for Covington and Ripley as well. I do want to put a storm track on this because, again, this is really the strongest storm we've had really all night. And it is one that we're going to have to continue to watch for the next several hours. This is going to be moving east at about 35 miles an hour. There's probably eventually going to be a little bit of a southeasterly component to this. So that's generally how I'm going to track it. And that's going to put it near Osceola by about 2:39. Ripley, Tennessee by 3 a.m. So this is now crossing the river into the 3 o'clock hour. Once again for Tipton, Lauderdale, and Dyer counties. Notice Atoka in there by about 3:30. So again, I know you've already had the heavy rain. You've already had the thunderstorms overnight in Tipton, Lauderdale, Dyer counties. This is a storm that really means some business, and it's going to be coming into those zones here soon. So more heavy rain, more potential of flooding, and it looks like high wind will be a big issue with this storm as well. So make sure you're staying away from windows, keeping an eye on the radar here for at least the next little bit. And eventually this storm is going to continue to move to the south. This is going to get a little bit more of a southerly component. We will likely see more storms build back here, and eventually this will all sweep through Memphis and eventually into North Mississippi. Seems like that might be a little bit later. It might be until 4 or 5 in the morning that we start to see those storms come through Memphis and then into North Mississippi by 6 or 7 o'clock. Still thinking this all ends by 8 a.m. and then the rest of your Thursday is dry. But at least for the next few hours, these storms will continue across the Mid-South. Biggest concerns still flash flooding, heavy rain, and occasional high wind gusts up to about 60 miles an hour. Going with that radar loop, I did just want to hop in here for a quick live update as we continue to watch the radar. Again, Blytheville, Osceola, Tipton, Lauderdale, Dyer counties, heads up for you. High wind gust of 60 miles an hour coming in right as we speak. So make sure you're watching the radar here for the next little bit. And if you're not seeing storms now, there's still a potential of some storms overnight. For now, I'm Chief Meteorologist Trevor Birchett. We'll see you back here later.
On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
The bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. The storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene, faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. Those storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now. On weather impact alert days, stay informed, prepared, and connected with ABC 24 and 24 Plus. Coverage that alerts you to what's coming and how it will impact you. Watch extended weather coverage on 24 Plus. The 24 Plus TV app, streaming 24/7 local news from the team you trust on your time.
Rain showers through the day today, and we're starting.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
Rain coming in tonight into tomorrow.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene. Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive reporting. All the local news you need, live or on demand. 24 Plus, complete coverage of your local news, weather, and more.
Here comes our first batch of rain.
Some severe thunderstorms and even several tornado warnings.
I think the bigger issue is going to be the wind gusts. So you start getting some branches knocked around. You could definitely see some power outages today. The storms could pack a punch.
It's not just the thunderstorms, it's the fact that this low pressure is so strong.
How big that storm system was.
On weather impact alert days, stream extended coverage on 24 Plus. Download on your TV and watch for free. When news breaks, watch 24 Plus. See the story as it's happening. Be on the scene faster than ever before. Live updates from the team you trust. Stream breaking news on 24 Plus. Download free on your TV now.